Pierre, I can't take the suit. You will need it too. I don't feel right. Stay with me.
I see it now. We were all so entertained. We didn't see what was getting ready in the shadow. No, leave them alone. Looks like scientific documents. But I can't decipher what's written. This nightmare again. When dust settles on your sport trophies, it doesn't mean you are getting younger. I miss listening to Pierre. He always used crazy effects on his guitar. Pierre's tape collection. Insomnia will be a nice excuse to put it in order. Might even find some of the music he made for me. I could use the comforting. Here. I could use a vacuum to clean the vacuum. My life turned into an item. Round and round we go, stuck at the same track. You come with me, my friend. It would get lonely without you. I know I can always find the things I leave in here. I am a living experiment on sugar. Another undeniable friend. It would be easy to get lost without it. After each storm, all you have to do is stoop to collect wood. Free heating. Oh, forgot I found this old journal around town yesterday. Apparently they installed a secondary generator in the old lighthouse years ago. The extra current could help me out in my search for the other inhabitants. Let's check it out today. I can't believe we moved with all these books. The worst part is, we most likely have doubles. I left my gun in the shanty yesterday. Time to get it back. Without you, I wouldn't stand a second out there. Last time was very close. I need to keep up with my training. Time to shoot some cans. Let's start with the red one. Or the yellow one. Nah, the blue one. Definitely the blue one. Ready to go. And the last one. Now, let's warm up for some dodging. Okay, I'm ready. Now! Better be faster. Now, rappel training. Next time, you will think twice about getting in my safe space. I'm glad this thing recharges during the night. With all these training's over. Getting out there seems a little bit less scary now. The former owner had to do a lot of tinkering to screw up such a mess. It's probably dry now. This watch creeps me out. I love the atmosphere of the streets of the village with this staging. Too bad this is now linked to where my nightmare started. I better be home before the night. La Vieille Chaloupe, restaurant and brewery. Fresh fish straight from the port. I sure hope the products are fresher than this poster. Nah, nothing of interest in these cars. Left, the White Manor and the lighthouse. Thomas Levin's. Fixing pipes is all right. When things get back to normal, you'll have plenty to do, my friend. You again! Learn your lesson. At the edge of this cliff stands the famous flower house of St. Exel. It was given by its own, still inhabited. The building is regularly open for heritage events. When you care for plants, time flies. I wish it was that simple. Completely locked. In a different scenario, I would have stayed here for hours with a book. You have to admit, the view is quite nice. Left, the White Manor and the lighthouse. Right, St. Exel. The lighthouse! I'm getting closer. Attention, following the latest storms, the coastal path is damaged. Certain trees marked with an orange cross present a risk of falling on hikers and must be felled. These can fall due to the slightest gust of wind. The village really isn't investing in its infrastructure, and storms make it even more problematic. This tree was marked to be felled. It could make a nice bridge. It's hurt, but that won't be enough. A storm could help. Whew. Well, it doesn't seem to have awakened them. Psilocybe phosphorus, recognizable by its phosphorescent dress. It made its appearance a short time ago in the region of St. Exel. With its lightning growth capacity, it is able to grow in a single day. Ripe, they can be enjoyed by some coastal birds. Interesting. Maybe I should gather some of these. Hope the police will not catch me with these shrooms. This road seems to lead to the White Manor. I can still picture the fishermen landing their daily catch of crabs and fish. Le Scale, Sailor's Aperitif. Available in all grocery stores. I hate this drink. Ugh, too bad I don't have change for these tourist traps. This buoy clearly defines what St. Exel is. A small, isolated fishing village where time seems slowed down or even frozen. A usually calm place where the haunting sound of the waves punctuates your day. Tepid to see some boats were spared by these mad cultists. Left, Pointe du Mal. Right, St. Exel's village. Straight ahead, L'Écran. You are facing the lighthouse named L'Écran. The lighthouse was built in 1835, a veritable directional beacon for the sailors of the coast of St. Exel. It was nonetheless decommissioned in 1980. It is only in 1988 that L'Écran was put in service again, welcoming a hydraulic generator that supplies the village. It's like someone just came for this incredible spectacle and forgot his bicycle. But these things were not here before the attack. Access to the top of the lighthouse is condemned. Apparently, multiple people were working here. L'Écran, why did you have to be so grim? Because of recent events, a lot of circuit breakers were stolen from the electrical gates. While we wait to receive more, we keep the last one inside the equipment locker. In the meantime, don't hesitate to use the same one on different gates. A bit unexpected for a lighthouse. These cables go all the way to the ceiling. This is a complete mess. It's like they pushed everything to the side to make room for something else. Looks like a lot of security for simple maintenance equipment. Lock the doors behind me. The valve is missing here. This panel seems to monitor the pressure within the turbines. Only the first one appears to be working correctly. Local police apparently suspect the cult has started kidnapping people. It is indeed curious so many people would disappear without leaving a note. Their last ritual site is located near the lighthouse, at the Pointe du Mal. Might be worth checking out. Watchtower schedule and system monitoring. The entire workforce is listed on the board. Something is written here, too. Could anyone pick up Frank's shifts for the upcoming weeks? Left a note for his coworkers. Franck is so fed up that we keep forgetting his birthday that he has set the day and the month as the padlock code. Can someone change that back to the inauguration date? So, what is your code, Frank? It's a bit much for just a common lighthouse. I can probably restart the system from here once the pressure is fixed. Nicholas system? That's probably where the town's additional current is monitored. Work better with that on. They had to make space for the... They do not seem to belong in a lighthouse. Good thing nobody can find them here. The documents on this desk look much more confidential than the previous ones. This place appears to be a government cell dedicated to recording underwater sound activity off the village. And this has been going on for a while. But I don't see what they're trying to find. They appear to be studying something at the bottom of the sea that is moving at precise coordinates. On April 17th, 1991, they recorded a signal which they define as organic. The signal was recorded on a cassette to be sent urgently to the DGSE, because this would jeopardize the military security of the country. But one of the lighthouse maintenance staff apparently stole the tape? They quickly managed to identify him and where he lives. Wait, this is my house! put on some music. From the depth of the sea, his anger spreads through our families. This sounds terrifying. Wondering what's that thing they mention all the time. Despite the mess the protesters left behind, you're still offering comfort, aren't you? They listen to us. Maybe I should listen to it. Franck, the 19th of March, 1967. This is one of the places of contemplation in St. Exel. It was vandalized just before everything went down. Only one destination for you? My bag. The soldiers were perfectly organized and cut off all access. We had almost zero chance of escaping this mass kidnapping. Like sheep in the dark. I can still smell the perfume of stamps and papers. But no one will come to pick up the mail tonight. Long time no see, Boismet's Park. Ahead, the beach and Assumption Church. Right, viewpoint. The people of St. Exel suffered so much in recent years. It's moving to see that they tried their best to maintain the festivals and other traditions. Nothing. Park mausoleums were not spared by the cult either. They are a real scourge for this village. Let's take a walk, just you and me. I could not finish fixing this fence because the damn bird stole my van's key, where all my tools are. I have been trying to get them back, but it's nested high up, and I can't seem to attract it. If you manage to get my keys back, please call me at the number written on my truck, Mr. Levins. I feel that the wind turbine is going to need a little help from me to launch. Sweet! It was enough to start the turbine. Amongst birds living in the park, you will find the Corvus picatrix. I know you, you little flying thief. They keep their precious loot inside their beak, which makes it really hard to get back. To prevent such situations, scarecrows were installed by local farmers. There's a thieving crow's nest right up there. As expected, it has something in its beak, but it will only leave its nest if it appears safe to do so. That will teach you to look at me sideways.
You know it as well as I, the devil hides in the details. The solution of this puzzle too.
No puzzle can resist me. Ahead, the beach and Assumption Church. Right, viewpoint. -1.
I wake up like nothing happened, and at the same exact hour as usual, 8 a.m. If somebody finds this journal, I've gone nuts apparently. Do what you want with that information, or shove it somewhere warm.
Only one destination for you, my bag. There's a thieving crow's nest right up there. As expected, it has something in its beak, but it will only leave its nest if it appears safe to do so. Left its nest. There. We told you stealing was bad. Now, I only need to find the truck. Completely locked. I loved that statue. Well, before the cult vandalized it. Probably not an organized person. He left a... Excellent.
Hello, Mr. Levant. I'm calling you because I have, again, a problem with the digital code that you installed last year. As I can't see very well at night, I asked you to make each key sound different. But for a few days when I entered the code you gave me, 2 keys no longer make noise. Listen! Could you contact me when you get my message? This is becoming a real problem for me.
The door is locked up. I'm gonna need you. This tablecloth. It makes me think of breakfasts at my grandmother's. I swear I've eaten on the same one. Come on, Elise. I remember this place. That's where we first met, isn't it? I can't believe you made a song about it, Pierre. Nothing in the veins but Chardonnay. No idea where I am, but this place is incredible. This is exactly where Pierre gave me one of his concerts. I would love to relive this moment again. This door can be unlocked from the other side. I'm going to need something to break those. I like you. You like me. We should hang. I have already seen this kind of setup. No way they could have been there before? I can't open this. This door needs electricity. I think I'm going to need a lever. Planks removed. This should weaken this son of a brick. We both knew you couldn't resist me. Let's try to push it now. Now the system should be unlocked. I remember this moment in my living room. We were both watching a documentary on TV when we discovered St. Exel. We only dreamed of one thing: to live by the sea and change our lives.
I would like to tell you about the bracelet you gave me right after we arrived here. You found that gem on the beach and crafted it into this beautiful piece of jewelry. You told me that you felt that this pebble had something special, that it radiated. Well, you were right, you know. He protects me from the monsters I told you about. If I smack it against the ground, it produces a shock wave that violently repels ghosts. Sometimes, he can even dissolve them when they attack me. He is so strong that I decided to name him Rocky, since it's a rock. But Rocky is also a sensitive guy, you know? He doesn't like explosive noises. If I shoot a gun in his ear, he can even start a thunderstorm. At that moment, I feel transported.
Stay on the floor.
To another reality. To another time. Once calm returns, I have the impression that it only lasted a few seconds, whereas about 15 minutes had actually passed. Better to use it sparingly. Sometimes I feel like he's almost alive. He gets lazy at the end of the day, especially if I made him work a lot. But, hey, nothing a good night's sleep can't fix. Anyway, all that to say that he reminds me a bit of you. It's probably silly, but I feel like you're watching over me through him. And that helps me hold on. Fourth day that I'm stuck. I'm not gonna make it, Pierre. They terrify me. I don't know what to do. They hunt me like an animal. They have taken on a human form, but there is nothing human about them. They come out of nowhere without you expecting it and materialize in a kind
Beach access and renovation.
of elusive black vapor. And I can't do anything against them. I don't know how to fight them. I found a weapon, but I'm struggling to use it, and I'm always out of bullets. There's even more of them at night. They swarm like cockroaches. I have to shut myself up at home as soon as night falls. And they
The beach. Here we go.
prevent me from leaving this cursed village, Pierre. As soon as I try to leave St. Exel, they arrive by the thousands and they get me. If they catch me, I wake up in my bed and it's been hours, maybe even a whole day. I'm their prisoner.
I think I found the antenna. Nothing. Behind, Boisseau's Park. Left, ahead, Restaurant Panier à Crabe. The Keys were a place of the particularly intense fishing that supplied the region. Following the drop in activity, this fishing port was converted into a simple marina. It is always possible at low tide to find fishing traps with shellfish in them. Perfect. An anti-cult movement sticker. I'll speak out against you. This sect seems to have been terrorizing the people of St. Exel for too long. This trap doesn't look the same as the others. The stitches are finer. But this one's empty. How shellfish of you. This gas pump is probably older than me. Afraid of no boat anymore, are you? You are the one I'm looking for. Daily menu. Mackerel in white wine or mussels marinara. Fisherman's menu. Salmon tartare and grilled sea bream. Sounds better than it tastes. Exhibition of original moonstone furniture. Not too professionally closed, the way I like them. What happens if I remove this circuit breaker? Snow? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. There's no way in hell. I'll turn into an ice block if I stay like that. I need to get warmer clothes at the house. Fast. Let me guess. You want me to serve you a refreshing perfection. Is that it? Completely locked. A little perfection for the road. A note from the local fishermen about seagulls. Obviously, they spent their time stealing the shellfish from traps. This could have an impact on future deliveries. There is a lot of other information that could be useful to me. I'll write that down. We all had these experiences at least once. Outwardly, it seems unpretentious. Well, this restaurant wasn't one of them. The food there was atrocious. If only the kitchen lived up to the view. Pierre really wanted us to eat here, but I always managed to find an excuse not to. I would give anything to have these moments with him now. They left a message. For me? I'm gonna be curious. Can't do that now. Can't do that now. Can't do that now. Can't do that now.
Honey, it's me. I did something stupid. Again.
When the new owner bought the restaurant from the famous craftsman George, they decided to keep the moonstone furniture from his personal collection. This stone is very sensitive to light, and shines brightly when exposed to daylight.
I dropped the key to the restaurant in the gutter in front of the post office, and I can't.
That's what was making all the noise upstairs. Why is this furniture moving by itself? Am I going crazy?
Get it back. I know you have a lot of work with the ending exhibition, but as soon as it's over, can you open to artisan with the double? I don't understand why so many people are attracted by a stupid secretary that unlocks with the help of light. Our superb cooking skills should be enough for them. In any case, before they start their work, don't forget to store our most important items in this secretary. We'll just have to remember to put them away before reopening the exhibition. And most importantly, don't forget to put inside what the Doro gave us to access their garden. Sorry to be your super mega burden. Love ya.
Yes! The light has touched the secretaire. It's probably unlocked now. Dear Rose house key. That's a big one. Probably a gate or something nearby. The humidity on this floor. It's no longer watertight. Explains the closure for renovation of the restaurant. Luckily, some light seeps through these boards, so I can see something.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
No storm will be able to bring down such an antenna.
One, two. 1, 2. That works? Okay. Damn.
It's like we instantly changed the season. But not for the better.
I'm finally starting to understand what's going on here with the electricity. A priori, everything revolves around the lighthouse. I consulted many old newspapers, and the village gazette told me that St. Exa was very poorly served by electricity. And regularly suffered severe power cuts. I knew that it was a very isolated village, which is what makes it so charming, but I hadn't thought of that. Half of the articles in the Gazette are devoted to the inhabitants who, tired of the cuts, ended up...
Damn! I can't use the door because of the snow.
...installing small wind turbines for their homes. The other half is about the lighthouse, and that's where it gets interesting. I read that the mayor of the village had installed underwater turbines connected to the building, which are capable of producing electricity thanks to the...
I've never seen St. Exa under this amount of snow. Find the positives, Elise. That's good.
...movement of the sea. This has enabled the village to gain autonomy and to overcome the failures of the general electrical network. Anyway, I think it would be worth going to take a look at the lighthouse. Because if the turbine system is damaged, It could explain why some electrical equipment is out of order, while others are still...
Now that the town's current is better, I can access the house's attic again. I left my clothes in one of the cabinets in the hall. I knew I had you somewhere.
Dear people of Saint-Exil, this message is for you. I know our local authorities have been breaking their backs, picturing us as fools. Do not listen to this nonsense. Our actions are dedicated to all of you. Once the day comes, those who denied will finally see the truth with their eyes. The distant shall all be remembered. You are all invited to our next ceremony. This Friday.
Nothing.
Join us in the writing of birthday
Nah. Maybe later.
from the departed boat. Let's put the world to rights.
It's good to keep some rituals. Dear toothpaste, you are
It's the
breathtaking.
only way now.
I thought it was... I love that music. Nothing. Let's put on some music. Can't do that now. My lava lamp. I love it. Pierre probably hid it here, out of reach. Can't believe he'd think it's just a passing trend. Poor guy never understood anything about home decor. This suit. I was in the attic with him when everybody disappeared. I remember wearing it, but we just had one. Honey, I finally finished my restoration project for this arcade machine. And I've got a challenge for you. I know you love a good one, so try to beat my best score. You will win something I'm sure will bring back good memories. Here. come on. Take that, Pierre. Oh, I heard a sound behind the arcade. Damn, you always know how to surprise me.
Moi je t'aime.
Who cares? I could attach this laser to my gun, see if that makes me more precise. I almost never set foot in here. Wow, a projector. I thought I would forget its existence with my school years. What is it doing down here? Nothing.
Tu m'avais manqué.
What? What is that? Wait, isn't it exactly the same gem I have attached on my bracelet? Where did he find it? He was apparently willing to ship it to be analyzed? Let's shed some light on this.
If you're listening to this, you are probably the person sent by the office to continue my investigation. Well, at least I hope. My name is Matthew Banks, and I started this work about a year ago. As stated in my previous reports, I infiltrated the lighthouse last month, but they just found out that a tape was missing, and I think they're on to me now. I used to borrow tapes during the night, but this time they noticed before I could bring them back. I didn't have time to use the new filtering machine, but I left a tape inside it. I hope it's safe there with you. Since I have to leave, I prepared the way for you, and I have regrouped all of my ongoing work onto 3 different boards, each including a guiding tape. The first one gathers my studies on the audio signal coming from the oceanic floor, which was the reason our interest was piqued by St. Exel in the first place. The second board will give you more details on the local cult, whose believers call themselves the Devoted. The third board is about Operation White Medusa, which is probably why you're here now. We are now definitely forced to recognize that the village of St. Exel is the center of great political and scientific interest, as we first suspected. I hate to leave like this, but I'm afraid my time has come. During the last 2 weeks, the lighthouse had trouble acquiring new information from ashore. Apparently, some kind of technology has been jamming their signal. Is there some kind of expert trying to hack the operation? I'll leave it to you to find out.
Passports? Money from... Oh, he was planning on leaving. Just wasn't sure when. What is this folder? Your next objective. I'll study that during the night. A bit of reading always helps.
In 1977, an ultra-low frequency sound was picked up by scientists south of the Atlantic. Infiltrating the cell in the heart of the lighthouse made me realize that the French government is, in many areas,
A submarine? In danger? What was the lighthouse doing? If you're listening to this, you are probably the person sent by the office to continue my investigation. Well, at least I hope. My name is Matthew Banks, and I started this work about a year ago. As stated in my previous reports, I infiltrated the lighthouse last month, but they just found out that a tape was missing, and I think they're on to me now. I used to borrow tapes during the night, but this time they noticed before I could bring them back. I didn't have time to use the new filtering machine, but I left a tape inside it. I hope it's safe there with you.
Since I have to leave, I prepared the way for you, and I have regrouped all of my ongoing work onto 3 different boards, each including a guiding tape. The first one gathers my studies on the audio signal coming from the oceanic floor, which was the reason our interest was piqued by St. Exel in the first place. The second board
His voice still echoes in my head. I need to know more. Let's find that antenna on the village beach.
I'm sure it's this giant blue rock under the house that must be responsible for our bubble that protects and keeps monsters away from our home. The crate of rocks came with a bunch of analysis papers that probably had to be shipped with the set. I don't understand all this paperwork, but these rocks seem to have totally unexpected properties. I don't know if
That circuit breaker inside the antenna. The cult was stealing them. They probably had tons of them. I'm sure it was what was blocking the submarine's communication. The sect seems to know more than what Matthew imagined. He thought the devotees met at the Assumption Church. I will try my luck there.
there is any connection between the monsters and this rock, and why it would have an effect on them and not me.
I hate it when it happens. Double bad luck for you. The other manhole is open. I'm going to push that plank.
Il a l'espace échappé.
Ingeniosity is the key. This bridge could do with a nudge. Snow and rain? Not a good mix.
Solve this puzzle and win a coin to use in George's workshop. For each coin you can get, a prize awaits you near Nico the robot in George's workshop.
No puzzle can resist me. Nothing. It's not working. It must be missing some part. You are in front of the ingenious Fisherman's Gate, former contribution of the artist George. The gate is now only used to close, at the press of a button, access to the walkway leading to the Assumption Church. This gate has the particularity of being self-powered, and only works during low tides. My path is just behind this gate. I need to get this thing working again. You can still see a cog was removed here. Another mission for Elise the Fixer. I'm gonna need you. The tunnel collapsed on itself. U-turn. Wow. It's completely surreal to see this submarine here. Only one destination for you, my bag. I'm gonna need you. I saw this submarine on a board in my basement. It is the French submarine of the Rorquals service, which inspected the ocean floor off St. Exel. It arrived on this beach completely destroyed. Why? Let's take a walk, just you and me. The submarine was tracking something. Did this thing attack it? Something else could be residing at the bottom of the sea? Another submarine? If ever the washing machine breaks down, I know where Pierre can do my laundry. Shrimp fishing guide. A fisherman must have forgotten that here. Some of these tips could be useful. The keys were built by the Dureau family. Their house can be found at the end of them. To facilitate the management of water from the White Manor, a path leading to it has also been developed. I might need you. Now that I have the key, I will finally find out what is hiding behind this restaurant. These docks look different. This side must be less frequented by tourists. The Sect has already been there. They were really harassing people wherever they were. They didn't forget to leave their little gifts everywhere.
Residents of Saint-Exil, I observe you, and I see great suffering in you. You are deeply sad, and yet you persist in not wanting to acknowledge it. The situation here has been deteriorating for years, and no one has come up with solutions to your problems. No one...
This door can be unlocked from the other side.
...wants to face it, but our village is sick at heart. Here and there, some think that a curse has befallen our lands. Well, these people were right. Saint-Exil is not just a village. This place has a soul. If you've lived here long enough, you've definitely...
Let's take a walk. Just you and me.
...felt it shining through its walls.
This is a sea organ. It turns waves into music. That's poetic.
Trees and cobblestones. At least you could feel it. Something has changed. And it has for too long. A dark and silent poison proliferates in the veins formed by our alleys and ends up washing up at the foot of our doors, contaminating us a little more each day. Saint-Exil is not just a village, and its creation is... The ancients never doubted it. Someone, or rather something, greater than us, decided to gather us here a long time ago. He made us build this village and protected our ancestors in exchange for...
Solve this puzzle and win a coin to use in George's workshop. We often forget the path that brings us back to the finish, to the beginning, to the start. Yes, to the start.
No puzzle can resist me.
Unlike you, I never doubted its existence and its great power. It chose me to guide you.
Town of St. Exel. Following on the storm warning, fishermen's lockers need to be emptied earlier this year. Please get your number plates back on the board and revert your lockers' codes to their initial values. P.S. In case you forgot, the initial code is your number plate number.
You, like a shepherd, bathed in the light of his wisdom.
Town of St. Exel. Following on the storm warning, fishermen's lockers need to be emptied earlier this year. Please get your number plates back on the board and revert your lockers' codes to their initial values. P.S. In case you forgot, the initial code is your number plate number.
Join us so that this nightmare finally ends. From now on, you are aware and cannot go back. If you don't bend to his will...
Can't do that. Town of St. Exel. Following on the storm warning, fishermen's lockers need to be emptied earlier this year. Please get your number plates back on the board and revert your lockers' codes to their initial values. P.S. In case you forgot, the initial code is your number plate number.
You'll end up paying for it. Only one...
Let me get this straight. 2 of the lockers were not emptied, so I need to find 2 boat number plates out there. With a bit of luck, the fishermen didn't change the code.
Impossible solution is offered to you. Obey!
can't use the door because of the snow.
Tu es mon seul ami.
It all started 6 years ago. At the time, I was still a student, and I spent the little free time I had at the bar with my group of friends. In fact, we always went to the same one. We were happy there. What we particularly liked were the concerts organized by the small amateur groups that came by from time to time. Nothing very extraordinary in itself, but the atmosphere they created was magical and went wonderfully with our little evenings based on the cheapest beers we could find. After all, we were still students. And then, there was this group. They had been coming for several days, and their music kind of hypnotized me. The type of rock that you don't forget, and that I haven't forgotten. I must admit that the guitarist had something to do with it. His name was Pierre. There were always these moments after the concerts when the members of the group hung out a bit at the bar, but I didn't dare approach him, and I think he didn't either. The more it went, the more our eyes met, sought each other. I felt that something was happening. One evening, when the effects of the alcohol were strong, I no longer hesitated. I went to see him. From an outside perspective, it was probably embarrassing. At least I would have been. But that didn't seem to bother him. We talked for hours. But it seemed like it was over in an instant. I could see he was shy. And when we left the bar, I grabbed his arm and kissed him. We shouldn't have parted on a misunderstanding. I love this story. Our story. But that doesn't explain why we chose St. Exil to fully live our lives together, does it? At that time, Pierre and I were in our last year of college. We had already been able to take full advantage of the city and its agitation, and even if the years we spent there were fantastic, we really needed a change of scenery. A return to a calmer setting. Yep, that's what we needed. And it was when we were watching a report on a seaside region that we had to click. The landscapes were simply sublime. I always remembered what Pierre said to me at that time. Honey, okay, let's move. We just had time to finish our studies and put some money aside when an advertisement for a house for rent in St. Exil caught our eye.
Oh my god, it's working!
This song? Pierre had written a song about all that.
Why is it closing? I'm sure it's because of these birds perched on it.
I finished reading the documents Matthew Banks had left for his replacement, who never came. Matthew apparently needed to join the lighthouse maintenance team to gain access to the Rorqual cell. To achieve this, he was forced to make a deal. The Sect could help him get hired quickly, but in exchange, Matthew would have to pass on the information obtained once there. He didn't know why the cult was interested in all this, but he needed them, so he agreed in order to continue his investigation. Matthew knew that the Rorqual cell used a specific radio frequency to communicate with the outside. Just before his departure, he discovered that the cell could no longer connect to this very frequency. The radio worked well, but the signal of this wave was scrambled, which prevented transmissions. It looked like sabotage, but who was behind it all? A member of the lighthouse team? Another spy? Only one thing was clear to him. If someone had wanted to disturb the signal, he would have gone through the big antenna of St. Exil. I have already spotted it in the past. It is on the quays towards the beach. I just have to go there.
That's it? All the birds are busy. stay this way, please? Half the day has already passed by. This boat has a number plate. No use for you now. The church is close now.
Tu m'avais manqué.
Nothing. George's Museum, for the young and less young. Local museum, artisan workshop, exceptional summer event. Meet No-No the robot and take part in his treasure hunt. Museum entrance. Okay, now I'm intrigued. Tricycle. Elise, if you don't understand what's in front of you, it probably means you are facing modern art. I don't see much. Let's walk with caution.
This one, it's the easiest, I'm sure of it.
I'm done with you. 1990. Inauguration of George's Museum in the company of St. Exel's mayor. Always up to new challenges, the museum is located to attract people to an isolated part of the village. Facing the power supply issues of St. Exel, George electrically autonomized his museum. George, with the momentary storm, your windmill system went into safety mode and stopped. I wanted to reactivate it, but I couldn't put my hand back on the lever. In the meantime, the museum will remain in the dark. I think I'm going to need a lever. So you're Nico the robot. You don't seem super friendly for something made to amuse kids. Still, he and the museum look shut down for now. I have a feeling that we can win gifts and they arrive right in this vase. So, the wind turbines providing him with power stopped working. I wonder where they are. George seems to have a particular skill for turning anything into art? We both knew you couldn't resist me. Completely locked.
Ne m'oublie pas.
You are on one of the assumption this panorama has become an emblematic place for those who like to observe the flora and wildlife of the region. Wow, I finally got there. St. Exel Church. Find what this church has in store for me. That's one elaborate sundial. Despite its look, I'm sure people can still use it. But I have a watch.
Since I deactivated the jammer on the keys of St. Exel, the fountains read
Today a reader, tomorrow a leader. Well, they made sure to enjoy today.
sort of like portals, allowing me to see the village under the snow, as if I was switching over several months later and rediscovering everything.
This smell of dust and candles. Storage room.
Another season.
This setup looks recent.
When I approach Rocky,
They probably did it just before the attack on the village. Okay, have some courage, Elise.
from the fountain, the water gradually begins to light up. If the pebble comes into contact, everything changes immediately. I can literally change the weather in St. Exel on command. I read somewhere that the fountains were built a very long time
Completely locked.
ago, and that their source is the same groundwater deep under the village. That doesn't explain to me why it does.
Tomb of Father Roald, abbot who watched over the population of St. Exel. He dedicated his life to the village and the population. He distinguished himself in particular by his taste for religious, spiritual, and cultural texts. The large library of the Assumption Church is in his image.
But I prefer to warn you. Do you think there would be the same type of rock
Shit. What are they doing here? I'm not sure I really want to know.
under the village directly? The only downside to all this is that triggering the storm using the rock doesn't work if it's snowing.
It has been condemned by the Sect.
And, well, it's super cold, too.
I could never open that one. The Angel and the Newborn, unknown artist. This statue is incredible. Organ and bell tower.
The time has come, my friends. Everything has been revealed
to me. I understand why the most basic things, like having babies, has been taken from us. Our divinity, that required so much sacrifice, is still not content. The village kids have had it easy for too long. They need to share our burden. It talked to me and asked to surrender them to its will. Generations have forgotten how this village was built. It is time for a history lesson. We placed statues to display each person we sent to sea. In their anonymity, they remind us of the road still to be endured. But be reassured, my devotees, this road is coming to an end. I found a way to communicate with our protector. It has chosen me as its vessel and talked to me so many times. I will finally be able to answer. A few of us were meeting secretly in preparation for our next and last action. It will all be revealed to you tonight after the festivities. Do not enter the crypt yet. I have the answers you have all been looking for. I will remove this poison from our life.
This staging was prepared while the population was at the festivities. The population of St. Exil being already fragile. I dare to imagine the trauma of people if they had been exposed to this. It must have taken a lot of time to set up all this staging. A lot of struggling souls probably joined the devotees over time. A sheet is hidden under this pile of books. Father, I have heard noises coming from the crypt several times. It is during the night when I prepare the Mass that I hear them. Isn't the crypt supposed to be unlocked only once a year? The door is locked up tight when I want to access it. Interesting. This book traces the entire history of the church and the creation of this cross. I'll take it with me for my bedtime reading. This church seems to hide a lot of secrets from me.
Gilbert, moi je t'aime.
Crypt. This door seems locked by a complex mechanism. The annual High Mass is still like previous years. We are expecting many of you. The sect had chosen the right place and the right time to strike a blow. Tomb of the Dureau family who contributed greatly to the creation of the port of St. Exil. The fishing activity was so important that the family built. They thus were the first informed of the contents of the merchants' cargoes in St. Exil. An envied position. The De Vigneault Mausoleum. They played an important part in the development of St. Exil. This family was in charge of the local agriculture. They ultimately defended the village by burning their own crops. The flower house was once their home, but it is now owned by the town.
Te revoilà?
St. Exel also has its little jokers who come to tag everything they find. Bulletin from the city of St. Exel. The structure has been weakened and water can infiltrate the wall. The town will start the repairs soon, so they can avoid a collapse before winter. Doesn't look like they had time. I'm going to need something to break those. Excellent. Excellent. It has been condemned by the Sect.
Bogasse!
George, with the momentary storm, your windmill system went into safety mode and stopped. I wanted to reactivate it, but I couldn't put my hand back on the lever. In the meantime, the museum will remain in the dark. Let's try to push it now. Now the system should be unlocked.
Tu m'avais manqué.
Way more welcoming. Special event. Nico the 7 puzzles scout. There's even a tape. This is where I have to put the tokens. I want a piece of paper with a joke. Do you know who burned the Sistine Chapel years ago? Michelangelo. I swear to God. No token, no price. This is where I have to make him swallow special coins. Too bad I don't have any.
Mais attends, mais qu'est-ce que tu fais là-haut?
Bah quoi, je serai un peu mes Chipstos.
Mais tu as déjà goûté leur goût naturel et inimitable?
Bah non, bah, je vais tester, oh. Oh mais tu as raison, y a pas besoin de sauce. Nous on n'a pas besoin de sauce, parce qu'on craque pour Chipstos.
Chipstos, la chips, naturellement.
Welcome to my very own George's workshop. With the participation of the municipality of Saint-Exile, we are organizing a great treasure hunt for youngs and less youngs. 7 of my famous puzzle tables are hidden at different locations in the village. If you succeed in solving one, you will win a token. Don't share the answer with the others. The first to get all the village tokens will have an incredible prize. Nico the robot is there to receive your tokens and reward you accordingly for each piece. Don't forget, there is only one rule to complete my trademarked Jaws table. Put the magnetic ball through the metal hoop. Good luck, and I hope to see you all very soon with Nico the robot. Not suitable for children under 4 years old. Play with moderation.
Tu es mon seul ami.
Planks removed. This should weaken this son of a brick.
This one is the easiest, I'm sure of it.
I'm done with you. I see. The crazy taggers have made another victim.
Te revoilà?
Completely locked.
fait mal, style.
I am a living experiment on sugar. I'm certainly not done with the place.
Ne m'oublie pas.
Pierre? This is going to sound ridiculous, but I needed to talk to you, so here I am. I know it's not a phone, and you're not on the other side, but I make do with what I have. The evenings are long without you, and I miss our discussions. I'm locked up because of the monsters, so I have to find something to take care of. You'll never believe me, but I've discovered a new passion, making bullets for my pistol. It has become my comforting little evening ritual.
I have to go to this crypt. I feel that I am close to my goal.
And then I read newspapers or documents that I found. I try by all means to discover information that would allow me to understand what is happening here. When I can't sleep, I sort my tapes and listen to your songs again.
Why did they have to attack during the fair? It's my favorite event in this damn village. Pierre, where are you?
This is by far my favorite time of the day. Well, it's already very late, and I have a long day ahead of me tomorrow. I'm going to bed. Sweet dreams.
The Assumption Memorial Cross. It was created in honor of the people who participated in the prosperity of St. Exel. Looking more closely at the cross, one has the impression that some parts can be interlocked on the sides. This key will allow me to explore the church a little more. I've seen the same kind of lock around. never betrayed by our steeds. I only took a few riding lessons when I was little, but from memory, you can't trust these beasts. So I'm going to have to disagree. Tomb of the Duc de Bliard. He was in charge of defending St. Exil's agricultural and maritime activities. The White Manor is one of the vestiges of this family, who still live in the region. An ingenious system initially developed for its moats made it possible to send water to different parts of the village. Note for the ornithologist experimenting in our vegetable garden. We are happy to lend you a corner of the garden, but please do not occupy the rest of the space. Your birds seem to go completely crazy inside their cages. I've taken it upon myself to release them. Exponential growth experiment. Do not touch with your hands. Can induce dreamlike experiences. The ornithologist observed the behavior of the birds in contact with these weird rocks. A lot of activity probably took place here in the past, but it quickly became dismal once the monks had left. It must have taken I wonder if they spent more time chopping wood or reading. Woodcutter monks. Abbot Roald commemorative plate. Let's find you a place back on that cross.
It was really soporific, but I managed to finish the book found in the church. There is a lot of information about this place and the village in general. It's sad, but it wasn't such a bad evening in comparison. If we go back many centuries, St. Exel experienced a much more sumptuous period. Originally, this village was only a small fishing hamlet by the sea, but it was located on the only road between two larger villages on the coast. It is with the cooperation of 4 great figures that the village developed and experienced its greatest activity: the Vigneaults, who ensured the agricultural activity of the village; the Derault family, who were dedicated to fishing activities; the Duc de Bliard, who ensured the defense of the village with his soldiers; and finally, the Abbot Royot, in charge of the spirituality through its church. Thanks to the progress brought by this collaboration, St. Exel had been able to develop for 100 years. But, sadly, during the following centuries, the village did not know the destiny that we imagined, and this prosperity turned into a distant memory. In remembrance of this period, which still resonates until today, these personalities were honored with the presence of a tomb that are located in the narthex and in the transept of the church. They also built a cross at the end of the Assumption Church that is a receptacle for 4 plates, each illustrating one of the families.
I have nothing to put on that cross now.
Once a year, these plaques are gathered and placed on the cross to allow the inhabitants of St. Exel to have a moment of commemoration for its history and its ancestors. While I was crossing the church to reach the altar, I noticed light coming from an inaccessible room located just below. It's probably a kind of forbidden crypt, but then why would there be light inside? Considering the police are looking for cult members, this would be a perfect place for them to regroup in total secrecy. There's a procedure to follow to unlock the crypt's access, but it's going to be complicated. The door lock is linked to a mechanism inside the memorial cross. If I place 4 commemorative plates, the cross will unlock the door automatically. Well, supposedly, at least. Right now, only one of the 4 plates is inserted on this cross, the one honoring the Duc de Bliard. The others are scattered in various places in St. Exel. I have to go to the church to learn a little more about the other plates. They seem to be commemorating specific families whose tombs are inside the church itself. My investigation is turning into a treasure hunt. How great. Last note. Based on the documents, the key that unlocks most of the doors in the church is hidden at the heart of the cross.
Nothing.
And I can already access it.
Hello, Francois. I heard the cult vandalized your property. You have my full support in this ordeal. Glad the storage room is useful to someone here. Leave your things there as long as necessary. P.S. Regarding the flower house garden door, the mayor gave me the handle they used to unlock it. I left it here.
Did I ever tell you about the C column?
During the night from Saturday to Sunday, the property of the presbytery was degraded by the people claiming to be devotees. Given the amount of the damage, the town of St. Exel made the flower house available to its owners as a courtesy residence. They probably wanted to intimidate him, or to keep him quiet.
It's the only thing I like about this hell. If you could see them, you would love them too. These are huge columns of water that start from the sea and rise slowly towards the sky to infinity. They exude a feeling of quiet strength, serene power. They carry with them rocks which gravitate alongside them throughout their ascent. I don't know how to describe.
During the night, given the amount, they probably wanted to intimidate him, or to keep him quiet.
Calm, looking at them. Still, I don't think we should be fooled by their placid appearance. Inside, thunder and flashes raged silently. reminding us that they are inhabited by a formidable energy. Moreover, they also emit strange and deaf noises, like an animal cry or a complaint. Anyway, I'm not the only one to be fascinated by this show. Birds and seagulls are attracted to these columns and flock to their base by the hundreds. They fly around for hours, as if waiting for something. I'm always afraid they'll get caught, but the columns are gentle giants. One thing is certain. I will continue to admire them from the cliff.
Isn't that my house door? Well, at least a piece of it. It feels like a weird dream where all the memories are crashing incoherently in your head. Oh, I remember our move to St. Exel. Nature was stunning and the smell of the sea gave me crazy energy. Everything seemed simpler then. Pierre absolutely insisted on bringing all his musical belongings to St. Exel. I remember it made me crazy, but he knew how to buy me with a few songs.
Je l'ai vu.
During our travels, we often keep it in a sunny and temperate climate, and it will guide you on the right path. Plunge him in the snow and the cold, and to shorten his sufferings, his heart will betray you. Elise, we're going to have to make a choice. And if that's not too much to ask, the good one.
Je l'ai vu.
I could question myself whether or not to make a decision, but that would just add one more on my plate. I hope the content of this tape is as cute as it looks.
Mommy!
Another of these damned four-legged beasts. I'm going to develop a phobia of horses.
I like it when you play hide and seek with me. So, I'm going to hide the key you are looking for somewhere nearby. And this time, I'm sure you will never find it. Close your eyes and count to 30 up against the tree. These floating things just...
Found it. But we both knew you had no chances against me.
Table. Okay, I am going to hide it there. You can open your eyes now.
I'm gonna need you. I did it. Where did you put the remote, Pierre? Where? Okay, that one is on me. Our TV is too old to have one. I'll get up and change the channel. Don't move. Nothing beats the warmth of a fireplace. Our big house in St. Exel is so much harder to heat than our little city apartment. What other cleaning products give you a radiant whiteness like La Chienne Nature? Somebody's gotta clean these plates, and it sure ain't me. It could be a very strange moment. Washing yourself out in the open like that? This is where I have to make him swallow special coins. Too bad I don't have any. No token, no price.
Te revoilà.
A little perfection for the road. All right.
Behind all great puzzles lies an even greater man.
Look who's smart. Excellent. The flower house once belonged to the Vinio family, which played a leading role in local agriculture. The basement illustrating the former activities of the family can be visited during Heritage Days. An ingenious controllable water supply system of the White Manor made it possible to supply the property if necessary. Ran out of battery a long time ago. Makes this whole house seem stuck in time. I swear, officer, it's not a break-in. The back door was open. Someone left a tape. Journaling is not just for grown-ups.
Dad, science, we are moving again. The electrician came to change the old Digicode in the basement. Because you weren't there, he asked me for a code, and I want to play a game. You never play with me, so now you will have to find the answer all
I have never seen a ship like this.
by yourself. It's a 4-digit code. The first is the hour on the living room clock, the one you never replaced the batteries for. Then I've put the minute. And then I've put the number of boat sails in the house. Have fun!
I would like to be very small and climb in it. Yar! Ran out of battery a long time ago. Makes this whole house seem stuck in time. The door is blocked by the snow. The plate is right there, just in front of me. If the water level was higher, I could probably pass through.
Ne m'oublie pas.
This is the boat I was looking for. You are near one of the entrances to the White Manor. This path is directly connected to its water system. The Duc de Bliard built its various accesses to defend St. Exel from potential assault. Ultimately never used, over time it ended up a piece of decoration. The de Bliard family made their own wine? That's not very common in the area. I wonder if it's good. Nothing. In front of you is the moat system devised by the Duc de Bliard. This system has undergone some modernization over time. Through a rather elaborate logic, the moat can direct its water to supply the Assumption Church, the Flower House, and even the Darreau property at the edge of the quays. Even if this system has some electrical assistance to facilitate its use, the operation of the system remains fairly basic. I'm missing something to operate this. completely locked. It was complicated, but we always knew you would end up in my hands. I like you. You like me. We should hang. I like you. You like me. We should hang. Back in the city, I knew a few trendies that would kill for this perfectly normal item. I know that Heritage Day is coming up soon, but I won't be there to open my garden. The manager of the Panier à Crabe restaurant, who is a friend, has a duplicate of the key. He must surely keep the key safe there. I'll let you see that with him. Regards. The artificial canal in front of you finds its source at the White Manor. The fresh water that came in abundantly made it easier to clean, as the winter cold can freeze the water and cause this canal to burst. The city built a system to control how much water arrives here at the White Manor. Hey, beauty. There is a cross at the church waiting for you. Hey, beauty. There is a cross at the church waiting for you. I should keep an eye on the time. We both knew you couldn't resist me.
Good luck with this puzzle. Let's meet in my very own George's workshop to collect your prize. Well, if you can solve this.
Look who's smart. Hope the police will not catch me with these shrooms.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Tu m'avais manqué. Moi je t'aime.
I could use a good when this feeling of being observed will stop. Not this again. These cabinets were in the lighthouse, too. They record signals coming from the sea. What were they trying to listen to? These signals they receive, are they talking? Is it even for us? I recognize this computer. It's in the lighthouse, too. Enter coordinates. What coordinates? What are you doing here? Is that a message for them? Are they using these antennas? I had almost forgotten that dream.
It was a new beginning. We no longer had a penny in our pocket, but real hope in our eyes. Nobody knew us here. We were really starting from zero. We could have completely changed our ways of being if we had wanted. We had found the house that seemed perfect. At least perfect for us. It was a large building made entirely of wood and stones from the region, and which proudly faced the sea. We had so much space. We were finally able to breathe. And then there was a fireplace that gave such a warm atmosphere. It gave me a quiet yet powerful feeling of serenity since the first day. Well, up until what is happening at the moment. Although, we must admit that it deserves a little refurbishment. Or at least a little wiping. The paint has suffered the effects of salt and time, and the holy windows let the wind pass through the whole house. You can hardly see it, but we threw all our last savings into this hole. Anyway, Pierre was only thinking of one thing: take as much space as possible to store his instruments, whether it's the bedrooms, the living room, or even the attic. Today, the garden is in a sad state. It looks like a dump. I used a lot of things that were lying around for tinkering or training. I feel good in this garden, especially right now. It's the only place I know I can be safe. None of these things are going to attack me here. With all the boxes we had, the laziness quickly caught up with us. This explains this feeling of permanent mess or perpetual moving. Life in boxes. Maybe we didn't really dare to open them all. Maybe it was too heavy after all these kilometers between us and people we love. It reminded us of too many things. It reminds me even more today.
All right. All right. want a piece of paper with a joke. What's the worst that can happen when your job is to tie sausages together? Not being able to make ends meet. I've collected all the possible prizes from No-No. He couldn't resist me. Yes, here we are. I will finally find out what this crypt is hiding from me. Desecrations of tombs and vaults. Everything was true. Badges and clothing stolen from Lacren. The devotees planned to strike a blow and take control of the lighthouse. At the same exact moment, people discovered their sordid staging in the church.
Remember that if you are here with me tonight, it's because it has chosen you too, my most devoted. We have been preparing for months. the direction of our destiny will finally shift. We've done
This music sheet must be important if she hid it here. It must allow access to information that she kept preciously for herself. Yes. To complete such maps, she most likely found a high vantage point.
everything the Protector wanted us to do. We offered it the bodies of all those who wronged it. Each family through generations has repaid its debt. Their children's turn has come. Tomorrow, and that's a promise, we will finally be able to get in touch with it. Many people will stand in our way, but their efforts will be in vain. Once the village feast is over, when people will discover...
They still had some gas in the tank. They were not ready to stop anytime soon.
In the church, we will...
I understand why the town stopped ordering these. Know what? I will help myself. Generously.
Infiltrate the lighthouse and take over the basement. We know that the Rock-Alcel has equipment to send a message, and we will use it to contact our divinity. Patrick, you will block the front door of the lighthouse so that no one can get out. Hélène, you will help me in the basement. As for the others, you will take care of sending our new offerings. The information that you stole from the ornithologist at the top of the bell tower was decisive. He thought he understood the world by observing the air. Without knowing that the truth was hiding at the bottom of our sea. These observations and the offerings we made from the beaches of Saint-Exil allowed me to know where the entity was waiting for us to contact it. Doubt may cross your minds this last night, but be reassured. All our spiritual pains are also our chances of redeeming ourselves. We have reached the point of no return. Tomorrow is our big day. Rest and meet me near the lighthouse at 11 a.m.
Too many people have access to this damn bell tower, so the craftsman installed a system for me to block the door. Since I'm the only one who knows about music, you'll all have to go through me. Well, I'm going to need to learn the organ to continue upstairs. If I'm good enough, I'll make a duet with Pierre. The atmosphere is incredible. That bell is gigantic, but this one won't bring chocolate eggs for Easter anymore. No doubt, there was an ornithologist here. There are most likely no better places to study birds and nature. This chair is completely torn up. You spent a lot of time here, didn't you? Compilation of observations on nature. This document is heavy. He's been compiling information for months and months. It will take me some time to study it. Please bring me some answers. I'm so tired. He also left me some... That's the sea depth of the village's surroundings. pages seem to have been torn out of these documents. She must have found a place to send the signal and kept it to herself. I will probably be able to sort through the tapes the spy stole. If this ornithologist had the courage to go upstairs every time, either you're committed or you aren't. I really hope to find answers to my questions. Nice. I will be able to fire more bullets with this new magazine. I like this new grip. A better hold means faster reloads. Hope the police will not catch me with these shrooms. With the water gone, it's safe to go down the ladder again. This logo represents the Assumption Church. I can send water to the church this way. There's something written under that statue. Time often gives the best solution. Probably written by someone with too much of it on his hands. Completely locked. I'm gonna need you. Push it now. Now the system should be unlocked. Let's take a walk. Just you and me. Let's try to push it now. Now the system should be unlocked. I like you. You like me. We should hang. Push it now. The lever is pushed, but the blades need an initial push. nature had changed a lot in St. Exo, but it seems even worse here. I have to hurry to find a solution. I feel like the earth surrounding the tombs has been turned over. All these rumors. No wonder it shows up in a place like this. Looks like the same boat used by the Sect for their ceremonies, right next to the desecrated graves. I'm afraid to understand. I should keep an eye on the time.
Tu m'avais mon cul.
Oh, I remember. I found this box one morning in front of our house. It just had MB written on it. I went to the post office to check if it was an error, but they were not the ones who delivered it. I believe that even this world wants to send me a message. I have to fold my laundry before it's too late. It's the same hatch as the one to go to my attic, but this one is not ready to move. Impossible to open. Opening this box didn't feel right. I can't remember why we did it. Pierre felt the same way about it. Pretty unconventional to receive a hazmat suit out of the blue. We left it in the attic, thinking its owner would show himself. But now I know why you didn't, Matthew Banks. Great. More music stuff from Pierre. He had so many cassettes here. At times, I wondered if he wanted to be mummified with the loose tapes. I should keep an eye on the time.
Voilà.
This is very weird. This is very weird, Pierre. I found some ultra-bright and colorful sphere in this village. When I approach it, I start feeling like I'm being transported to a totally surreal world. A blinding world. Rather calm, in which the water can go up the waterfalls. Like these columns of water. Have you seen them too? Compared to the daily grind, it's a rather pleasant world to sink in. It feels quite cold, though. In this dreamlike environment, I walk through Greek and Roman vestige, just like those we saw on our trips before moving to the coast. I have the feeling of being constantly exposed to things that we experienced in the past. It allows me to cling.
Let's listen to what the Rorqual cell recorded at the coordinates found by the ornithologist. I'm sure it's just a big fish. Gotcha. One location down.
Radiation level is not below the threshold value, but a dive below the 400-meter mark. At our level, we confirm that the residual image has changed coordinates.
Okay, so you were there too.
Soon be within range, awaiting your orders. Transmission 10:43, 82nd day. confirmation. The laser is finally operational following the repairs. We sent the first pulse burst at 85 joules minus 1 day. Getting closer to the residual reflection located above the rear of the whales, the deepest point of the perimeter. Awaiting confirmation before diving below 350 meters.
Found you, you damn submarine.
Transmission 823, 75th day in immersion. The laser is finally operational.
3 coordinates validated. That should help me pinpoint the location. Let's use these maps on the projector now. I have all the points now. Let's try to make one of these maps fit. That's it! The first coordinate is when they approached the area and detected something with their instruments. Then, they circled around the ghost ship and sent out a probe which never returned. The last recording was when they decided to go deeper. And something went very wrong. Poor bastards. Let's send a signal over there and see what's under the sea. To the lighthouse. It was the last day before the nightmare set in, and it was all starting so well. We were playing games when suddenly a detonation echoed throughout the fair. Silence fell immediately, and we exchanged worried looks in an endless second. It was at this moment that 2 fighter planes flew over the place. And there were no longer any doubts about the danger of the situation. Duplicated itself? Where do I shoot now? It was the last day before the nightmare set in, and it was all starting so well. We were playing games when suddenly a detonation echoed throughout the fair. Silence fell immediately, and we exchanged worried looks in an endless second. It was at this moment that 2 fighter planes flew over the place. And there were no longer any doubts about the danger of the situation. Duplicated itself? Who do I shoot now? move now! They came from everywhere at once to surround us. Some arrived in trucks, others came out of the woods. They surrounded us so that we had no chance of escaping. They threw gas to confuse us. With Pierre, we managed to escape amongst the confusion, and we took refuge at our house. Everything else is hazy at this point.
We were really happy here in St. Exil. It did us a lot of good to make this new start. But there was something we couldn't have foreseen. The people around us seemed disturbed, as if something in this village was brewing, a kind of grim emotion taking slowly over the population. And everyone said the same thing, whether at the bakery, in the street, or in the neighborhood. The village of St. Exil was clear.
So, I have to send a signal to something? To someplace unknown? Doesn't sound too scientific on this. Let's hope I don't end up like the submarine.
It was no longer the little corner of paradise it once was. We heard really odd things, like how the nature of the area had changed without anybody knowing why. Pets running away, wild animals leaving the region, or even new plants appearing.
Am I just doing the same shit the cult did?
Where others disappeared. Even more worrying, some residents vanished into the thin air overnight, leaving no traces nor contact addresses. It makes me think of Matthew Banks, the spy who used to live in the house. But at least this one, I know why he's gone. Pierre and I started looking for information on what was happening in St. Exil. The least we can say is that we were not disappointed. According to reports from different hospitals, certain diseases seemed much more prevalent in St. Exil than anywhere else. I also was informed that the number of miscarriages among women in the village were abnormally high. It does not make you want to try to build a family here. Because of all these stories, many charlatans came to settle in St. Exil. According to them, the place would have unique properties, or things like that. In short, another way found by these degenerates to fill their pockets. And it worked. Well,
Come on.
that's what I thought. With what's happening to me.
Moment of truth.
Right now, I'm almost going to...
What?
Leave them? Am I going nuts? In any case, it explains why the sect of the devoted was able to take root and develop here. Why haven't we moved out with Pierre again? Probably because we couldn't afford it anymore. Sometimes I think we should have just dumped everything and gone far. As far as...
No. What have I done?
possible. I remember. It was during the month of September. The weather was still warm and cloudless. It promised to be a beautiful day. I had gone to take out the trash when I saw this big cardboard box lying there in front of the house door.
So, this is where the electricity of St. Exel is large. The turbine shouldn't be too far.
Above were inscribed in bold initials, MB. At the time, I didn't know what those letters stood for. It wasn't until much later that I learned they meant Matthew Banks, the former tenant of the house. So I didn't ask myself any more questions and went to the post office.
.42. It's the exact time of the attack. Did I fix it?
To restore some kind of joy and positive atmosphere in the village, the mayor and the villagers gave themselves hearts and souls to maintain the good performance of the festivals and the annual fair. We like that kind of stuff with Pierre. So we went and took a look. Obviously, we weren't the only ones to appreciate. Almost the whole village was there. And to add beauty to the heart, the weather had even joined the party. It was a beautiful day. Ideal for celebrating outdoors. We took advantage of this moment to discuss work and professional future at St. Exel, still a little obscure for us. I was struggling to find a stable job in the area, and Pierre absolutely wanted me to pass this interview for a company that I had contacted.
They are all back? Pierre!
Despite the many discussions we had on the topic, we never managed to come to an agreement. There was therefore only one.
My sky was torn forever. I realized life would never be the same again. And I couldn't bear this alone anymore.